be tough. Looks like you've taken some hits, but the bones of you are there. Just need to touch up your skin. I'll take the core of you, show it to the world. We're no longer young, but I will make you beautiful again. Look at you, darling, how far you've come. There's life in you yet, and your timing in the sun is now, darling. Now you see what I've done was possible with love. All the dust, dirt, and dents are gone. Look at you, darling, how far you've come. There's life in you yet, and your time in the sun is now, darling. Dents and bruises are badges of pride, but there's no shame in disguise. We put our best foot forward and the past behind us, and there's no limit how far we go. Look at you, darling, how far you've come. There's life in you yet, and your time in the sun is now, darling.
Well, 7 a.m., tinsel on the tree, tearing off wrapping paper from your new gaming PC. You got AMD Ryzen, you got DDR5, you got a gold-rated power supply, and a fast SSD. You got Steam and Epic and Fit Girl repacks. You've got Da Vinci and Photoshop with half-dodgy cracks. Don't forget, son, who put this on your plate. Me in the factory, your mom in the base. Merry Christmas, boy, may this box bring you joy. I love you, son, on this white Christmas day. I see the twinkle in your eye on that first boot. The colors light up to amaze and delight. On Battlefield 6 you're getting on, but at 200 hertz you couldn't care less. The graphics are high and the RT is bright. Who cares if an 8-year-old beats you at Fortnite? Don't forget, son, who put this on your plate. Me in the factory, your mom in the base. Merry Christmas, boy, May this box bring you joy. I love you, son, on this white Christmas day. Christmas gaming under the tree. I remember when that was me, with my Xbox 360. Nothing could tear me from Modern Warfare 2 with my 3KD. Don't forget, son, who put this on your plate? Me in the factory, your mom in the base. Merry Christmas, boy. May this box bring you joy. I love you, son, on this white Christmas day. I wish you love and happiness this cool Christmas day.
When the drivers are gone, Black Ops 11 wouldn't run. You think, what have I done to trust Lisa with my funds? But they turned it around after Steve chewed them out. And now game support is here to stay, but for how long? Advanced marketing disaster. Advanced marketing disaster. Such a shame how far you fall when we see what you offer. The greed got you too, so what am I to do? The devil involved. Oh, the devil you know. When G-Force gave us scraps, you gave us everything. Double the memory for no more money, but it's not all rosy, Lee, because I remember driver pain, that dreaded black screen on my 5700. Advanced marketing disaster. Advanced marketing disaster. Such a shame how far you fall when we see what you offer. The greed got you too, so what am I to do? The devil involved. Oh, the devil you know. You know. Do I take the green, the red, or blue? Or sack it all and do something new? The games are full of sweats with loot boxes everywhere, but there's something pulling me in. Advanced marketing disaster. Advanced marketing disaster. Such a shame how far you fall when we see what you offer. The greed got you too, so what am I to do? The devil involved. Or the devil you know. You know. Or the devil you know. just empty space there. Every day is the same, can't find the end point of my veins. Tapping on my phone, pretend I'm not alone. What's uncertain is vice. What's good has its price. What's up will come down. What's green will turn brown. But there's you shining away. The turmoil and the terror, the love and embrace the light will fade again. On this sad September scene, you are the vector for my sickness, the vector for my dreams. There's a feeling in my chest, meant for more than just this. There has to be more, and I'll search every last hole. Is it reasonable to think that I'm a special little case, or that one day you'll come back when you see what I become? What's love is lost. What sacrifice is glory. What wins wins forever, and you'll never kill it off. But there's you shining away. The turmoil and the terror, the love and embrace the light will fade again. On this sad September scene, you are the vector for my sickness, the vector for my dreams. But there's you shining away. The turmoil and the terror, the love and embrace the light will shine again. Illuminate the scene. You are the vector for my pleasure, the vector for my dreams, the vector for my dreams, the vector for my dreams.
I'll always shoot to kill if it's crucial or G-skill. I'll always deal my blow to patriot and more. But today I'm feeling something, a changing in the winds. A kit for $90 is now 176. The DDR is gone. Hey, I took it all. Can we never catch a break? Can we never have cheap PCs? I'll show those fat cats something. Just give me one excuse. When the new day's dawning, brothers rise up with me. I always wait for deals. My suit is clean today. Black Friday coming up, but it seems darker still. I only wanna play a stupid game for 3 hours after work. I've worked so damn hard.
Oh, gee, I'm exhausted. Before it starts playing the next track. Oh, that's a workout. Right, let's move the camera down. Good afternoon, morning, evening, night, wherever you guys are. Welcome. So, as you can see, we've got a plan in the top left. We're going to talk about some new meta builds. Take these off. And then we're going to disassemble a PC. We're going to sort of half build another PC. And then we're going to do some sort of concept designs for the website. So, be fun. Nice to see you guys. I hope you appreciate it. I'm actually like out of breath. I need to do some more cardio for sure. Right, so we said we're going to talk about a new meta, right? Let me show you a series that I have been working on the website. Okay, what's probably the best value? Right, okay. So call me crazy, but this could be a new meta. Right, let me show you. So we just uploaded this one, called it Memoir. So RTX 5080, cool, but Alder Lake 12900K. Well, I don't know, because you can get DDR4, brings it in at a decent price. The only difficulty with the Alder Lake is I have to use the bigger power supplies because of how much power draw they have. But overall, it actually works out to be a fairly inexpensive platform. And I think if you're going to play more 4K, 4040p high settings, do you know what? This could be a little way of saving a bit of money on the RAM and letting you ride out a few years before you go ahead. And it means that I can do a sub 2000 build with a 5080, which is pretty cool. And this is on Black Friday deal, so you could even get £100 off this. So you could be, and if you're a YouTube viewer, I'll give you Windows for free as well if you message first. So, you know, you could be having a ready to go £1,900 computer that's got a 5080 in it, with still a decent CPU, just not the latest stuff, and you can save the money on DDR4. So we'll see. Thanks, Rowan, appreciate it. All right, cool. Oh, no worries, Ozzy. Yeah, no worries, dude. Okay, so let's. So what we're gonna do is I've got a 4000D PC, which is this one in the picture that you can see. I had to put it together just for the photos. It's actually an AMD system in there, but I needed the photos of the case because I don't have any i9s in at the moment. So we're going to disassemble that, and then we're going to build a customer build with the Vita Akira, although I don't have the GPU yet. I'm hoping it arrives later this afternoon or maybe tomorrow. And then we've got an MSI white build just for photographs. It's not actually like to send to anyone, because I'm just trying to put on a couple more series on the website, just for a bit more variety. So that's the plan for today. As you can see, you've got the spec on the left. Pretty nice little spec, actually, quite lean. So the one that the customer chose was, let me find it actually. I'm not shilling, by the way. Well, I kind of am, but I don't expect you guys to buy PCs from me. I expect you already build your own. It's just to show you what we're building. So it's the Secret 3. So you can see the spec here, 7800X3D. This one, I think we've got the single tower cooler. We will see how it does. If it's not enough, I'll just upgrade them to a dual for free. But I think a single tower is enough for the 7800X3D, but it wouldn't be enough for the 9800X3D. A B850 M80X board, 32 gigs of DDR5 6000. He upgraded to a 2 terabyte 9070XT 16 gig. We've got the Gigabyte gaming one that we used on the last stream. Well, the same one, not the same actual one, but the same model. Hopefully coming this afternoon. If not, it will be tomorrow, but I can still do the build and put the GPU in later. And then we've got our Vita Akira case. This says 750 watt PSU. I'm giving him a free upgrade to 850, so we'll be fine. So there, yeah, that's it really. So that's what we're putting together. I will have to take down the PC next to me here, which is the Memoir series. So let's crack on with that. I'll just see if there's any questions in the chat first, before we get going. So yeah, just it'll be with DDR4, because that's to keep the price down. Yeah, because you can still get 32 gig kits of DDR4 3200C16 for about £110 on Amazon, so it's about half the price. And I'm telling you guys, storage is next, and it's going to happen in the next few days. So if you need storage, get it ASAP, because all the distributors, the storage has gone really expensive. So fill your boots with SSDs now, guys, if you need them. So that's my advice. So Tablet says, M-ATX motherboard's generally the cheapest to get into. Yeah, kind of. Probably just about, but you're only talking about $10 or $20 or pounds. So get what you want. What I will say is micro ATX is slept on, because what do most people put in their PCs? GPU and SSDs. So you don't need all that extra space. So that's why I think medium form factor micro ATX is perfect for most people. They are generally slightly cheaper. And if you can save that 20 bucks or whatever, or 20 pounds, whatever currency you've got, put that towards the RAM, then so much the better. There's a really good deal for a Gigabyte B650M Gaming Plus Wi-Fi for 120 quid. It's got 10-phase BRM, so it's fantastic. Cool. I mean, a brand new RTX 5070 is okay to pair with a 9800 X3D. Of course it is. It'll work great. I mean, maybe not the best value pairing. Depends on the games you're playing. If you're doing esports, then you want the max frames, then that will work. But for most other things, I would have probably got the 7800 X3D and then upgraded the GPU. But it's difficult with RAM and that, isn't it? To stay. Oh, I'm just using a Rode Wireless Go with it's got a lav attachment. It's just so I can move around while I'm doing it. Otherwise, I'd get a nice mic. But yeah. Yeah, so like I said, body pass. Yeah, that combination's obviously fine. It's definitely going to work. Yeah, most M-ATX case is really good. So that white MSI mag you see on that side of the screen, that's a micro ATX. So we'll be building 2 micro ATXs today. So yeah. Yeah, so I find this Rode Wireless Go's easy. You just plug it in with USB, you just put it as a source in OBS, and you're away. And the battery lasts forever. It lasts like 12 hours of continuous use, so pretty good. Right, good. So now that we're all here, we've got 11 viewers already. That's amazing, guys. I love it. I'm not expecting to hit the heights of the last stream because that was a Saturday morning, but it's good to see lots of people here. Tumos says, could an X370 Mobo be considered in a budget? Yeah, of course it can. Yeah. Of course it can. Obviously, that's a AM4 board, isn't it? So you will need an AM4 CPU, but yeah, well, that's completely fine. Completely fine. Most people overbuy on their motherboards. You don't need quite as much as you think, but also you don't want to get something bargain basement, do you? Okay, so let me put you onto this camera for a minute, and then what we'll do is I'll get the other camera. We'll do a quick sweep of this PC so you can see what it looks like before we take it apart. So I'll need a power cable for it. So we'll plug that in and then I'll swing you around to have a look. All right, let's just hope this setup doesn't completely crumble when I take it off the tripod. Okay. And then we'll swap over to this. And because I'm using a Sony camera, I have to have a little fan thing on the back of it, otherwise it overheats. So just turn that on. Okay. So it's I'll put the key light on it as well. There you go. So it's the Corsair Frame 4000D. Pretty nice case, actually. If you've used the 4000D Airflow before, you'll recognize it instantly. It's basically the same with refinements. So the build quality is slightly better. You can put 360 coolers in the top. And just generally, it's a really well-made case. I mean, it's not stylish as a fish tank for a lot of people, but this is one of those rare Corsair cases that I actually like. It would help if I switched the power supply on, wouldn't it? And you can still get really nice builds in these sort of classic tower builds. Not everything has to be a fish tank. So yeah, this is one I just put it together in like 45 minutes. It just shows like how much quicker it is to put them together when you're not doing it live. So it's pretty nice. And then Comes with these MSI Inspire cards, the long ones, actually come with a pretty nice anti-sag as well. I think this case does come with an anti-sag that you can. There is one that's like pre-installed in this like little bit here, that little gap that you see, but it doesn't. Obviously, it's too far away. But there are some holes there that there is an anti-sag system that you can mount to it. So that's what I would do if I wasn't in a rush to build it. But pretty nice. So this one's just like a placeholder system. It's like 7800X3D, B650 Eagle, RTX 5080. It's a pretty good value build, but I'm only getting it for the photos. I'm going to take it apart in a minute. But yeah, I really like the Frame 4000D. It's a pretty sweet case. So that's what we're taking apart today. Right, just putting back on the tripod. We'll crack on. Obviously, if you guys are new to the stream, most of the time we do it with the top-down camera, just because trying to manage multiple cameras on my own on the stream is just, it's pain. It's pain. Right, okay. Jackson's good to see you, my friend. Yeah, it's just it's sort of mid-afternoon here. You got your graphics card arriving today. Really nice. Yeah, I did get their I did get their email. Yeah. What are you gonna do? I've got like 16 kits now. I bought it at a decent price. Got my 32 gig 6000 kits about 4 or 5 weeks ago for about £110. So I'll just sit on those, and then once I run out, my prices go up. That's just how it's going to work. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna put a quick poll in the chat because I'm pretty sure I could work out the chords to that first song. So we might have a little acoustic session later. So we'll just start the poll. Obviously, people that just joined aren't going to have a clue, but I just unpin that. Unpin. There we go. Perfect. So you can still get some decent prices on DDR4. They're just not on PC Part Picker. But there's a NetHack kit on Amazon UK, £110 for DDR4, 32 gigs. That's like, I'm going to probably order a couple of those, but not too many, because I'm not anticipating lots of people buying the Intel Memoir series. It's just like a way to save people money. Okay, so let's turn this off, and then we'll have to start shelling it, unfortunately. But a nice system nonetheless. Lovely to build in. Frame 4000D case. I would recommend it if you're looking for a PC case and you like the classic tower style. Cool. We should probably put some background music on. I'll just do that quickly. Un momentito, por favor. I'll just drag the desktop audio down and then radio. Okay, yes, there we are. I mean, as you can see, you know I've just done it for photos because I've only put 2 of the radiator screws on. Save myself a job later. Okay. Joe, I turned the PC over and this anti-sag's still there, so it's obviously pretty well designed, pretty robust. There's really no excuse not to have an anti-sag now on a long graphics card. You can get them for about £4, so you definitely should be having it. We've got Max in the chat. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for joining us on a stream. And this kind of build, I don't think you really need custom sleeved cables for it. I think it looks pretty neat, even just with the stock cables. Which is another way that you can save money if you're struggling with the RAM. You can chip away at other bits of the build, and you can actually get a build still at a reasonable price. I just wouldn't wait any longer because, you know, whilst the NAND flash problem has reared its head on RAM first, it's coming for storage. The storage will be very expensive very, very soon. GPUs probably got a decent amount of stock left. So you probably got a good couple of weeks, few weeks before the GPUs start to go up in price. So as bad as it is, I would still say you crack on and get your PC, either buy it or build it now. Because things aren't getting better. Let me tell you, they're not getting better. I was busy typing super rage comments under last video, but don't check. All right, well, whatever. It's all for engagement, isn't it? Who cares? So I don't know if you guys have seen the MSI Inspire graphics cards. I really like them. I would have probably, if I had a black one, I would have probably used a black one just for the photos. But I don't know. I think this is probably going to divide people. Some people are going to like this. Some people aren't going to like it. What are you going to do? We got Hans first. Thanks for joining us live, buddy. Appreciate it. Okay. Oh, we got, and obviously, talk of the moment being RAM. This RAM finally got delivered. So this is some DDR5, 6000 C36. I ordered this about 3 weeks ago. I saw the prices going up. When the prices go up at the distributor level, it's not long before the retail prices go up as well. So these were £106 I got. I ordered it about 3 weeks ago, and they finally came yesterday. So I didn't cancel the order, and they did actually fulfill it. So fair play to Amazon. Yeah, I quite like these. Just chilled sticks. I don't really want RGB RAM. I think the regular RAM looks nicer for my own builds. So let's just start tearing it down. I'm actually going to put some gloves on because I don't usually, if I'm just doing one build, but if I'm doing a lot, eventually your skin gets worn down by all of the headers on the motherboard and stuff. So I don't really want to bleed all over customer products and things like that. So let's put some gloves on. Although I don't think you guys need gloves to build PCs. I'm just saying that if you're going to be taking apart coolers and stuff like that, if your hands are going to get scratched up, then wear them. But Brian, yes, you got some parts coming. Motherboards coming on Friday. Should I install my PC? Yeah, why not? Just put it in. One of the key things to do with a power supply, which I'll show again later, to save you a bit of hassle, is just a little tip. Before putting your motherboard and everything in, pre-route that CPU power cable through the case, and then you can just put your motherboard in loosely, plug it in, and then move the motherboard over and secure it. It's just a bit easier. Well, the thing is, yeah, you might get smudges on stuff. To be honest, does it matter? No, because most of the time I leave plastic wrap on stuff, and I could just use a cloth to wipe it off, couldn't I? But because I like not throwing things in the bin for landfill. I'm quite specific about my recycling. Like even in an envelope, I'll tear out the little plastic window and recycle the paper bit, just because I hate stuff going to landfill. So I try not to. I've had computers for a long time. I've never had my PC get super dusty, so I've never really had that problem. So the problem is these are night trial gloves, so they're quite thin, quite easy to use. Whereas if I wore like proper household rubber gloves, they'd be far too thick, and you'd definitely rub the rubber off onto the components and stuff. It's not a good idea. Is it okay to peel the sticker off the case glass when the PC is off? Yeah, fine. I mean, I wouldn't do it until all your components are installed, but yeah. Because you'd be amazed how easy it is just to knock something into the glass, Brian. So yeah, I would wait until everything's completely built and tested. Only at that point, then would I take the peels off. So just undoing some of the plugs at the moment. I'm going to take this one apart. And these are I've actually done quite a good job at managing the cables on this side of it. So I think I'm going to have to open the back of it first, release the cables, and then come and unplug all these. Suffering from success. There's no SSD in it because, again, it was just for photos, so we're good to go. I'll probably leave this rear fan in, just because, you know, whoever buys it is going to have a rear RGB fan anyway. But we'll get everything else out. All right, so let's just loosen up some of the cable management. So if anyone's new to the stream, we're just doing a little tear down of this PC that we use for some photography. And then we'll crack on with building a customer PC after. But, you know, this Frame 4000D, I do recommend it, guys. It's a nice case. And it's the pricing's good at the moment. I think Corsair have got their Black Friday stuff out on Amazon, etc. So it's good. And it probably is worth getting the RGB version just because the fans will be pre-installed for you. So yeah, pretty chill. Let's get some scissors. Oh, Han, so this PC is just for photography. So on the website, I'll just quickly show you. We've one of my new metas is i9 12900K and i7 12700K with DDR4 to keep the price down, and you can actually get some pretty good value from that, all things accepted. So I'll show you there. So that's this is the one we just did the photos of yesterday, and I'm just taking it apart today just because I don't like to have a lot of full builds lying around. I prefer just to have the components. Keeps me flexible. I don't have to keep too much stock then. So yeah, so we were just photographing it, and then we're just going to take it apart. Yeah, and destroy that. Amazing price to performance with no GPU. You're going to love what we do later because we're actually one of the customer builds. We don't actually have the GPU for it yet, so. Why not the 4000D airflow? Well, I think the price is pretty much the same now, and this one you can put a 360mm liquid cooler on the top. You couldn't do that on the original 4000D. And in general, this is a slightly better case. You also get built-in anti-sag as well. A couple of other nice features. Just a nice case. But there's nothing wrong with the 4000D airflow either. So if you've already got that, it's probably not worth an upgrade. But if you're going for a new build, then it's pretty nice. Cases are so good now, just in general, even cheap ones. Like, just so many good choices. It didn't used to be like this, even a few years ago. You can vertical mount in this. It's got the little thing you can take out. You can put a vertical mount in. I don't tend to vertical mount very much, only because, like, if I do a vertical mounted build, when I send it to the customer, I have to take the GPU out because there's no way it will survive in vertical, the journey. It will just shear off completely. So you have to send it separate with instructions. Right, so we can wiggle that out now. Amos, do you have cable management tips? Because my SFX from Cooler Master cables are hard to route around my Cooler Master Cube. Oh, I don't like that Cube 500 case. It doesn't look good for cable management, my friend. Yeah, I've never used it. It looks bad. So I don't know. You can buy like cable management loops that you stick onto your case. That might be one thing you want to try. But I don't know that case very well. I don't like the look of it. It wasn't particularly well priced, so I didn't get it. So just going to undo the cooler. This is the Corsair Nautilus, and they do look nice. I think they're great, and they do cool very well. But I'd only get Corsair coolers if they're on sale, because usually they're far too expensive for what you get. Better off with a Thermalright if you're on a budget. Sometimes, if you've got, if that cube case is just a single chamber, which I think it is, you sometimes just have to cable tie the cables to each other in a way that looks vaguely neat. There's no real tips for cable management. It's just you just do it. I don't really know what else to say, to be honest. So yeah. So Fight Logic says, I just bought a 960X T60 gig. Nice. Advice on AM4? Yeah, 3600X with. No, not. I wouldn't say flight. So I would say you want to get a used 5700X 3D or 5800X 3D. I think I mean, it will be a bit of an upgrade, but I think you really need to get an X3D chip if you're going to stay on AM4 for a while. Particularly if you're trying to ride out this RAM apocalypse, you want to get the best CPU you can for your platform. Yeah, see, Desteo gets it. All you do is you grab every cable you can and just mash them together and then make it look nice. But you don't need to go crazy with cable management. It's just make it functional. Like, I don't tie things down to within an inch of their life, because if I need to service the computer later, that's an absolute nightmare. Right. So now I'm gonna need some IPA, aren't I? I think let's do the IPA first, and then I think I've got to undo some of the fans on the back. Oh, your rubber's not going to rot. Just stuff them together, it'll be fine. Right, where's my IPA? Been using a lot of that recently. Right, 2 minutes. We'll go and find it. Okay, Koki. So staying on AM4 is I can see why you want to do it because of the memory prices, but you really should be getting literally the best CPU you can on that platform. Here you can't get the X3Ds new anymore. You have to get them used. Unless somebody knows something that I don't, but I've been looking for them and I can't find them. Well, they do cost as much as the 7500F, but that's probably because they have very similar performance. But you don't have to get a new motherboard and you don't have to get a DDR5 RAM, so that's the difference. You know, if we were in a good RAM market, I would say you're probably better off going for a 7500F compared to a 5700 X3D because of the upgrade potential, but the market's different now. Yeah, dude. Those X3Ds, yeah, 130, 150, 100, even 180 was a good price. So, yeah, not getting those times back, unfortunately. Right. So these Corsair cases have this thing called an Infini rail on them. So you slide the rail back and forth depending on whether you've got a 280 or a 240 or a 360 rad. That's classic Corsair over-engineering. I don't know what was wrong with just having cutouts on the top, to be honest. It was fine before. Okay, it's a budget build for a sister GT. It's 1080. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, nice, nice, nice. It's not like it's going to be bad. It's just not going to be I don't think it's going to give you that wow factor of an upgrade. So yeah, that's all I'd say. If you're going to turn the graphics settings up pretty high, it probably doesn't really matter if you get the 5600X or the X3Ds. Max, great to see you, my friend. Well, we're disassembling one at the moment because we use it for some photography, and then we'll be building very soon. Actually, this should only be about 10 more minutes before we get on to building the next one. Just got to undo these daisy-chained cables. don't have to undo all of them, just the ones that are connected to the rest of the case. So I think I've got one RGB plug here that I need to get rid of. Oh, I see, I used the fans daisy chain. Right. 1 second. Un momentito, por favore. I'll take that out from there. Wondering if they're a Superflower Mega Cool in the UK. Never heard of it. I mean, I've heard of the brand, just never heard of that exact one. Well, I think Flight Logic, I don't know what to tell you. It will be, the 5600X will be slightly better, but it's not going to give you a wow factor upgrade. So that's all I can say. Right, so I should just now be able to take this out, hopefully. Oh. Nice. Let me see. Yeah, the AM4 was goated. It was amazing. Is the Ryzen 7 2700 a good option for budget? Oh, it depends on the price. It depends what you're doing with it. I don't know if a 2700 is good for you or not. I mean, if you paid 100 quid for it, then it's bad. If you paid 10 quid for it, it's amazing. If you paid in between, it's in between. Everything is context related. So it's difficult. I can't just tell you, is X good, without knowing what you're going to use it for, what you're going to pay for it, what other things are in your system, what your preferences are with looks and speed, what kind of games you play, what kind of resolution. You need, you know, if I'm going to give a good recommendation, you need all that information. 35 euros, well, that's a good price for any functioning CPU, really. So that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty nice. If you put that in with a cheapish board, don't get one that's too cheap. With those second-gen Ryzen 7s, you've got to be a little bit careful with you want to get a board with at very least a 6-phase VRM. Very least, ideally 8. Gen Z case. Well, I didn't know what to call that video, to be honest. So I just, I don't know, I just went kind of mental with it. I was like, well, I've got this 011 Vision Compact with shed loads of RGB in it. I have to do some kind of video. I don't really like huge RGB like that. What am I going to do? I'm going to slag off Gen Z. That's how it works. That's the game. That's the game, my friend. Now, guys in chat, have you ever played? There's a racket sport, like a bit like tennis, with some other facts called paddle, P-A-D-E-L. Has anyone played it? Because I'm actually thinking of like setting up a court. It looks really profitable. Oh yeah, so the cases you're referring to are like the new Corsair one with the really ugly plastic all over it. Jesus Christ, I would not be seen dead using that case. And curved glass is so expensive to produce, so no wonder the cases are way overpriced. I've just done a video with a Vida Solus case, right? Which is like, it's like an import and it goes through one of the distributors here. It was like £48 and it's like a Corsair 3500X. It's like really close to being the same. So you don't need an expensive case. Ping pong, no paddle. It's like it's like tennis, but it's a slightly smaller court. It's almost like a squash court with a net in the middle, and you play with like they're not the same as tennis rackets. They're just like they've got like perforations, so it's hard to know. You're better off just looking it up. But I played a couple of weeks ago. It was really good fun. Not everyone I know has started playing it. See, this is why, like, my area doesn't have like a big paddle thing. So I'm actually meeting one of my friends on Saturday to see if we can put our savings together and get enough for a deposit. Because the upside is huge, like absolutely huge. I went to one in like a city that's fairly close called Exeter, and they charge £50 per hour for renting their court. They've got 6 courts and they run 12 hours a day. Do the maths. They're making shitloads of money. And it's fun as well. The Leon Lee Dan A3 is the opposite of Gen Z cases. Well, that's probably why I like it, yeah. It's probably part of it. Right, so that's done. We'll fully disassemble that board in a minute. We'll just get the PSU out and then we can put this case back together. But it's an interesting sport because it's got features of tennis, features of squash, and features of table tennis as well. So it's a cool mix and it's kind of casual. You can have a laugh. It's just pretty chilled. It was good fun. "23 viewers is very good for a Wednesday afternoon. Thanks very much for tuning in, everybody. I will do another Saturday stream at some point when I've got some, like a good glut of builds I need to do. I haven't actually had that many orders this week. I don't know why, but I don't know if people just wait for Friday to see if the better deals come out. I don't know. Cool, so some Montec Century 2. Bought a good few of these. I think I've got 4. 850 watt gold units, £75 at the moment, so it's pretty sweet. The only slight thing to be aware of, which doesn't matter at all, but someone will mention it, is that the 12 volt cable is 450 watts rather than 600. But realistically, any system that can be powered safely by an 850 watt isn't going to need more than 450 on the graphics anyway, so it's going to be completely fine. Right. Tavola, I really don't like the Thermaltake tower cases. I think they look awful, expensive, and don't even look good, in my opinion. That's just opinion. Smokey says, should I go with 5070 or 4060 Ti? Which is better? What do you mean, which is better? What, the 5070 is way faster. I mean, you have to give me more context. Are you getting the 4060 Ti for, like, you know, a Tesco meal deal and a hand job or something, or what's going on? Because that does make a difference. Just noticed something wrong with this cable, guys. One of the pins is like stuck in. Can't reuse this. To get Montec to send me another cable. That's disappointing, isn't it? Can't believe the PC actually boots. It's probably just a grounding pin or something, but I can't use that in a customer build now. Well, Smokey, so if you're new, I mean, I don't mind people asking questions, but I think it's a bit more respectful if you go and do a little bit of initial research first. Like, you could easily have typed that into Google and got an answer in 2 seconds. So I'm not trying to like chew you out for it. I'm just saying that why ask somebody such a basic question on a live stream when you could just easily get the information? You literally type that into Google, it will tell you which one's faster. All right, so I'm gonna have to put this aside and use it another time with a new cable. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Good job I got plenty of them. I'm not short on power supplies, I'll tell you that. Is the Ryzen 7600X with a used 3070 good combo? Of course it is, yeah. I mean, it depends, like, again, you need to tell me what you're trying to do with the computer. There's not like a hierarchy, this is better than this is better than that. It's what, you know, it's what do you want to do with the system? How much have you got to spend? What have you already bought? What is your preferences? Computer's not like console. It's not like PS5 Pro is better than PS5, so just get the PS5 Pro. It's not the same. Do you know what I mean? It all depends on what you're going to do with it, what kind of games you play. Are you targeting maximum frames? Are you targeting maximum visual quality? And it's not just computer stuff, that goes for most things in life. The quality of the question will tell you the quality of the answer. If you ask a bad question, you're not going to get a useful answer. You also can't, yeah, 1440p, cool. So that's a good start. So 1440p gaming, high FPS, high quality, what games, what settings. These all make a big difference. Right, so we'll close this up and then we're going to build the next PC. I will have to go and get, I was going to use that Sentry 2 for the next customer PC, but obviously I can't now that that cable's busted. So I'll go and get another one from upstairs in a minute. Alright, so people are new to the stream. Are we like, what are we doing time-wise? We're actually ahead of time for once. For one of my streams, that's pretty good going. Okay, where's my glass? Going to hit 200 FPS, 1440p, Fortnite or COD. So Fortnite and COD are very different games. You can get 200 FPS in Fortnite on a budget PC very easily. COD, not so much. But it's good, you're starting to give us like the information that you need, so that's fantastic. Okay. Alright, so all we've got to do is just take that motherboard apart and we're good to go with the next PC. Tableau, was there anything disliked about the Lian Li A3? Not really. The only thing is it would have been nice for them to have a bit more cable management along the corners and the sides, but otherwise it's okay. Thanks for subbing in as well, appreciate it. But otherwise the Dan A3 is a really nice case, probably my favourite case that I've used this year. I get the Asus Prime B450 M.A2 M80X for €60 with this 2700 and 16 gigs DDR4. Going to use it for esports games and sim drifting events. Well, it's a low-end system, so you're not going to, I don't know, but there aren't going to be many games where you can hit 150 FPS with that system without turning the settings right down, unfortunately. Unfortunately. God, these are on tight, Jesus. These are on tighter than your mum. Well, I can't actually say that on stream, can I? But Jesus Christ, I'm going to have to get the pliers to get these off. Micro ATX under $60. Good question. Have a look and see if the MSI Mag Pano M100R is around your price range. That's a pretty cool M80X case. I'll definitely have to get the pliers to get that off. That's crazy. There's also the Lian Li Dan A3 is another choice. It depends if you want more of a glass look or if you want more of a shuttle, smaller look. Oh, to get to my toolbox, which is apparently under a mountain of crap. Oh, come on. Oh, thank God for that. Okay, take these off. Be careful not to scratch the board. Careful not to pull the capacitors off either. That one's a bit tricky. Yeah, Noctua Dan A3 would be a killer combo. Who cares? Do what you want. Don't do what other people tell you to do. If you like it, get it. Killer combo. Although I don't think anyone should be buying Noctua stuff. I think nowadays you've got things that are so close to being as good as a Noctua for about a quarter of the price. I just don't see the value myself. Yeah, AP201 is also a good choice. Yeah. Gamer's Feet, how you doing, my friend? Right, I'll need the socket cover before I take that out. This is why you don't throw these away. Exit. Should I buy RAM now? It depends. What have you got now? If you haven't got any computer, I'll just get it now, because other things are going to go up in price soon. So just bite the bullet and go for it now. Not sure. Yeah, the new Bose. I like it. Yeah. There's a lot of similarities there, isn't there? Oh, so taking CPUs out of AM5 sockets is a lot harder than putting them in if you want to avoid damage. I got a brand new B850 Aorus Elite yesterday, and the pins were bent. So obviously it wasn't brand new, and there was no stickers on the bag or anything. So obviously somebody just returned it to Amazon and they decided to sell me that as new. I'm not having that. Honestly, I don't get, like, I don't think I've ever bent the pins on a AM4 CPU, on a motherboard. I've never done it. All you have to do is just not be stupid. Basically, all you have to do is just take care and attention and you'll be fine. That's true, Jared. Yeah, that's true. Someone does have to pay for the innovation, that's true. But that's not your responsibility as the consumer if something else is better. And I say that as a business owner myself. So, yeah. Myth, do you use ASRock Mobos? Yes, we'll be using one today as well. There's nothing wrong with them if you update the BIOS. What case? MSI Mag Pano, P-A-N-O, M100R is usually quite good, or the Lian Li A3, or what else? I'm trying to think of some others. Maybe the Asus AP201, maybe those are around that price. Is Silicon Power a good brand? Yes. Yeah, and I would probably buy that because that's not going down. Silicon Power's fine. Use some Silicon Power on a few of our builds. Use their SSDs. They're fine. I mean, we're not brand loyal here. We don't care. We just want to get what the best value is, as long as it's a brand that's you're going to have some good warranty and service and things like that. Right, cool. So that's that. I'll go and just chuck this away somewhere in a box. And then we'll just put the, should we put the 5080? Yeah, we'll put the 5080 away now as well. It's $100. Oh, that's unfortunate, yeah. See what's on Black Friday sale. If I know it, I'll be able to tell you if it's good or not. But I don't know every case. I've used a lot, but I don't know all of them. $289 is daylight robbery, but what are you going to do? I mean, so I can get a similar kit distributor level for about £180, but difficult. I think if you drop the CL30 and go for CL36, you might find yourself some much better pricing. The other thing you could do is if you're really, really stuck for money and you've thinned out the rest of your build, you could get a single 16GB or 32GB stick. It's up to you, because the DDR5, it's not quite as bad. I mean, it's still not ideal, but it's not like DDR4. If you use one stick, it would be horrendous. Just ordered the shuttle. What's that? I've not heard of that before. 64C32 used to be a good sweet spot for pricing. It's not anymore. It really isn't anymore. 6000C36 is probably where I would be shopping in the current market. Depends on your region though. It depends what the pricing is, you know. Right, I'm just going to put the liquid cooler in its box. I quite like to put the bits back in their box after I disassemble it, because otherwise it just becomes a huge mess. Alternative to Noctua. Well, for a cooler, just get... so there's a Peerless Assassin digital that looks really nice. Have a look at that. Or just the Phantom Spirit Black is quite nice as well. And Thermalright for the fans, or... who else has got good quiet fans? Arctic's quite good sometimes. Oh, so Corsair, they're bastards because... Oh no, they are pre-installed. That's good. Sometimes they ship them in a way where the fans aren't pre-installed. Nowadays, I really want those fans to be pre-installed because it saves me a lot of time. And at least when I come back to this, I'll know that it's set up for AM5 as well, which is handy. PSU under $80. It depends on your region and depends what's in the rest of your build. Yeah, well, if you see a good price on RAM, you have to just buy it instantly. Because then you could always just return it, couldn't you? Like, if it doesn't work out. But if you miss the price, you miss the price, and it's only going one way. It's only going one way. Desteo Tech was in the chat earlier, and he was saying we both got the same email from our distributor saying that RAM is just going crazy. Like, it goes out of stock almost instantly. This is the reality. And you as the consumer, you're battling with people like me, companies. So you do have to be quite agile and ready to go. Right, just going to sort through these screws and put them in a proper bag. You're on PC Buff. What's PC Buff? Never heard of that. Yeah, Corsair is overrated, I agree. But people want to buy it. I can only give the people what they want. But yeah, Thermalright does the trick, man. It looks decent. From what I've used, the build quality is good. Even their LCD screen coolers, which, I mean, I don't use personally, but in a few builds I've used them and they are great. Custom themed builds, that's cool. That's nice. I like that. That's a cool niche. Sharkoon P20 available in your region. Don't know. I don't use Sharkoon, never have, so I don't know much about them. Damn, 29 viewers. That is fantastic, guys. Appreciate it a lot. I'm just separating some of the screws out here, and then we'll crack on with the next build. I promise it will not be long. If I don't do this, it becomes pandemonium. And if you ever try to sort through screws in a hurry, it's rage-inducing. So I'd rather do it now, when I'm in a calm state of mind. Cool. So, I need a 750 watt 80 plus gold. You don't, why do you need a gold? I'm not saying you don't, I'm just, you know. I think MSI are having a sale at the moment, aren't they? They are in the UK. You could look for the A750 GL or the A750 or A850 GL. Those are pretty decent. The 850 here is 90 quid, but I think under 60 to get 750 gold, I don't think you're going to get a good one. Oh, so you can overclock. Fine, fine. Are you sure you want to overclock? Because if you get in an AMD system, probably not worth it. And if you're a novice to PC building, that wouldn't be my first thing to try. I'm not saying you can't do it. But you will definitely, yeah, you are right though. You'll need a bigger PSU if you're gonna overclock. That is how it works. So you're right. Yeah, exactly. So Jared's so yeah, exactly. You can get, 850 bronze. It might be doable at that price, but under 60, you're not getting a good quality gold power supply with 750 watts. I don't think. There's some decent bronzes out there now. Called PL750D. There's an Antec CSK as well, 850. It's ATX 3.1, so it's pretty good as well. All right. Yeah, I would not be using a Game Max power supply. I don't use those anymore. Back in the day, in the very early days, I did use them. Nowadays, I do not. I mean, if you can get an MZXTC 750 for 60 bucks, then that is a very good price, and I'd snap that up. Right. Yes, we better build the next PC. So I'm just going to go up and get another power supply, seeing as the other one was a bit busted. So yeah. It's the new Century 2. RM 850 ATX 850 for 90 bucks. Great. Yeah. Excellent PSU. Like the industry standard. So if you get an RM for a price that you like, you're in business. The RMs will be fine. You'll have no issues with those. So I'll just wire this up now, might as well. No, I don't really like cheap Cooler Master cases. The Elite 301 Lite is okay. But it depends. Will it do the job? Yeah, it won't look very good, and the build quality won't be very good. You do have to pay for quality most of the time. In the US, don't you have a brand called Okeanos? Don't they do quite good stuff? Jared, yes, you're correct. I think it's good. Well, the most problems I've had with power supplies are Corsair as well, but I think that's just because they sell loads more than anyone else. When people talk to me via customer support asking about specs, most of them never mention what PSU. If they've ever mentioned that they want a particular PSU, it's always Corsair. They've never asked me for any other brand. I don't think we need a SATA, do we? I'll leave that. Right, so this is going to be a 9070 XT eventually, so it will need 3 PCIEs. And it will need one, or I'll do the CPU. One CPU will be all right. Jared knows his stuff. So the Lian Li Vector V100 is I'd say it's a really solid pick. Like in terms of good quality, good money that you've paid. The fans are all pre-installed. It's great. I'd be interested to know what you're going to overclock if you've got a micro ATX motherboard, because there aren't that many micro ATX boards that are good for overclocking. There are some, but I'd be interested to know. Right, so we need 4 PCIs. That's 2, well 3, but it's going to end up as 4, isn't it? So, oh no, hang on. Wait. Oh, perfect. You got one that just goes to a single. Ideal. Yeah, Lian Li Vector V100 is great. I mean, that's a full ATX size, but you can still put a micro ATX board in it. It might just look a little bit goofy. A good word about Lord and Saviour. Undervolting, yeah. Undervolting's nice. I do that on my graphics card. Brought my 4080 Super down by a lot. Something crazy, like 60 watts without any performance difference. MSI, I really don't think you're going to get anything from overclocking on AM5 with that kind of motherboard. What are you hoping to achieve? The best gains on Ryzen are just setting your PBO to motherboard and then doing your curve optimizer -20 usually, and then other than that you're only going to get benefits from overclocking your RAM. And you're only going to be able to overclock your RAM on 1, good CPUs with a good memory controller, and 2, high-end motherboards. I usually say to people, don't bother with high-end motherboards because all you need to do is set Expo and go. But if you're going to overclock, you need a good board. That's the only reason to use a good board. Van Milo, don't worry, my friend. You join when you want. You join when you want. We're just actually building this PC now, this second one in the list. The Vida Akira build. Oh, God. Right, I'm going to check the pins are all right on this one. They are. Good. I think that's all we're going to need. Graphics. I don't think it comes with a RGB hub. I think it's all just daisy chained. If I'm wrong, I'll have to plug it in. We'll see. Oh, Moog, that's cool, mate. Which PC did you buy? What made me start to build PCs? Oh, well, bit of a long story. I'll get another, I'll get the case and get things started, and then I'll do it while I'm doing that, so that it's not just talking. People can actually view what's going on. One moment. I didn't do, Jared, I think I talk about it on live streams and sometimes mention it in videos to set the TJ Max. Especially, usually when it's an ITX build. Especially. Sometimes I mention it. I didn't do a dedicated video on it though. And Moog, I sometimes stream it. It just depends, really. It's all just up in the air. There's no real cadence to it. I mean, if I got loads of orders all the time, I'd probably make it a regular Saturday thing. But it's just, it's like I get spikes. Like sometimes I get 5 orders in a day, and then I won't get anything for like a week. So it depends on timing. Right, what do I need next? I've got to go get the RAM. That's upstairs. Storage is coming tomorrow, so we can't use that. Cooler. Cooler is what I need as well. Oh, I did. Yeah, I did. Oh, that's true. I did do that video. Yeah, nobody really watched that though. Montec Air. Yeah, that'll be nice. You'll be fine with that, Ian. Yeah, it should be fine, mate. Okay, so give me 2 minutes. Just going to get the RAM and the cooler from upstairs. Okay. The camera looks so nice now that it's in 60 FPS. If I do say so myself. Wow. Thanks, Jared. Yeah, so I'll get the motherboard and we'll talk about that in a minute. So it's not the highest end motherboard, but it doesn't need to be, because the series that the customer's bought is the value-oriented series. And this has a 6-phase VRM, I think, which will be enough for Ryzen 7 7800X 3D. Yeah, so it's a 6-phase. So, you know, if let's in a worst case scenario, we're running at 1 volt, even though realistically it'll be more than that. So that's 6 phases, 60 amp power stages. So you know, you're 360 watts and then halve that for safety. So 180 watts of stable power for a CPU that's never going to hit 180 watts. So it's going to be fine. That's running at 50% capacity and it's got a heatsink on it. So it's going to be fine. You found from the how to take photos. Yeah. I should probably do an updated video on that actually, because my photos are much better now. I'm actually really happy with how my photography goes nowadays. NZXT Kraken 240. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, you're telling me about saving loads of money on cases and stuff, and then you buy an NZXT Kraken water cooler? It just seems like a bit of a strange approach. I mean, sometimes people just want it because it's got the nice LCD on it, in which case totally fine. But if you're looking for quality, you could save a lot of money and just get a Thermalright frozen knot. Oh, thanks, Moog. Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, the last stream we did was on a Saturday morning, and it was crazy. We had something like 120 concurrent viewers. It was mad. But I got more views on that stream than most of my videos. It's kind of embarrassing. That's cool. Oh, yeah, nice. The Clara is so nice, man. So it was the i5 14600K and the RTX 5070. I've got it actually, it's just next door. I'll get it if you want. I just need to put the Instapack foam in it and then it will dispatch on Friday for you. I send all the PCs out on a Friday usually, just because then the DPD guy has to only do 1 drop. That's so interesting. I'm always actually really fascinated how people find my website, because I only do local ads. Haven't done any national ads yet. So my only lead gen is this channel, referrals and local. So it's interesting. All right. So 6-phase VRM, like I said, it's not bargain basement, but it's not the best. But like we said, 180 watts of safe current capacity at 50% usage. You're all good. You're all good. All right, 7800X3D. Can't really get this wrong. Just goes in with the writing facing the correct way up. Drop it down and away you go. How did you find the stream though, Moog? That's what I want to know. Because yesterday I was playing around with a lot of liquid code on my website. I was trying to get it so that it could live update the number of subs as like a trust signal on the website. So maybe it was that, I don't know. You know, the other good thing about this board is it's got 2 DIMM slots, which I think is really cool. I think more AM5 boards should start having 2 DIMM slots. Because even if you want to overclock RAM, you're better off with 2 than 4. And if you've ever tried to run 4 sticks of DDR4 at the full speed, 4 sticks of DDR5 at the full speed, it doesn't often go very well. So interesting. Tavala says, have you ever tried Linux? No, and I probably won't, because a lot of the apps I use just won't work on Linux, like DaVinci Resolve. It's just not worth it. So yeah. Look at the PC again. Yeah, it's cool. It's a nice PC. You'll really like it. And you've got the Z board in there, so if you wanted to, you could look into overclocking the CPU. It's not covered by my warranty, by the way, but as long as you don't do anything too wild, you're not going to cause any damage. Yeah, because for that price, to get a Z board, 14600K and a 5070 is pretty sweet. I think I did that because I wanted to try out the NZXT case to see if I liked it. So I probably only made about 40 quid on that build after all the shipping and everything. All right, so we pop the RAM in. Ugh. So it's just Crucial Pro overclocking, quite a nice clean RAM, 6000 C36. Crunch, crunch. So this guy's SSD hasn't arrived yet. Of course it hasn't. It's coming tomorrow. So I'll have to put that in off stream at some point. GPU's not here either, so that's coming tomorrow, apparently. Oh, it's great to see you, Pezzy. Appreciate you coming back. If you're soon to receive a brand new GPU, would you format your PC? Well, you don't have to. You could just do the DDU of the drivers and you'll be fine. Sometimes though, like when you get a new rig or you upgrade your rig, it's just a really nice time to completely start fresh with Windows. Use Rufus to create a USB, super clean to start with. Yeah, one of the things I want to do on the channel is a full clean Windows installation with offline local account rather than Microsoft account. Hi there, should I change anything in BIOS on AM5 except Expo? For a beginner, probably not. The fan curves would be good to look at and turn on the secure boot, but other than that, no, you're fine. Oh, so interesting, Pezzy, I love it. So we're not posting, no, so we ship the PCs on Fridays, so they all go at once. Otherwise, the DPD drivers, they don't like me. They already don't like me, I can tell. Right, so cooler is next. Oh yeah, you'll be fine then, Moog. I mean, it's just something to look into like in a year or two and see. I mean, it depends. It depends on so many things. Like if the RAM market is a lot better at that point, then you might just want to upgrade. It's difficult. Tavala says, will VRM make an impact? On AMD systems, probably not. I wouldn't, you know, if you're going to use a Ryzen 7, you definitely need at least a 6-phase VRM. On a 9800X3D, ideally you get one with an 8-phase, really. But you'll be okay on a 6-phase. As long as it's a 6-phase with a heatsink, you'll be okay. That's one of the benefits of AMD is that you don't need a fancy motherboard because there's not that much overclocking potential. So, yeah. AYW is usually quite expensive for a B650, isn't it? Yeah. No, I think you'll be okay, Moog. Yeah, I think you're all right. Get the Be Quiet Pure Loop 2 off. Yeah, fine. That's also fine. All the liquid coolers are essentially the same as long as it's a brand you've heard of. Like Thermalright really changed the game and brought the prices of AIOs right down, which is nice. Two man, is 16 gig of RAM enough? I have no idea. If you're just watching Pornhub, mate, 16 gigs is plenty. Do you know what I mean? You've got to tell me what you're doing with your PC. What do you want from it? I can't tell you what's good enough and what's not. Yeah, that's it, Mo. We're going to do that now. So, if you don't know, I am also a doctor. So I've completed medical school. I've been a doctor for about 3 years. I also used to be a radiographer, so that's someone that takes X-rays. So in the US, you'd call that an X-ray tech. And that, when I was in medical school, I really didn't want to borrow any money. I did not want to get like a student loan and all that. So instead, I worked on a temporary basis as a radiographer at the weekends because it was good money. And then when COVID happened, I couldn't get any work because all of the X-ray work I had was like elective, like knee operations and things like that, and theatre, whatever. So I suddenly didn't have any job anymore. I really didn't want to borrow any money. And I knew some guys in the industry. I've been building my own PCs for a while. So I gave it a go. And then it just kind of went from there. I mean, the first, I don't know if you guys, yeah, that's it, exactly. That's why the channel name's that. So you might remember around 2020, 2021, the COVID stuff, but it was when Warzone came out. Dude, like the demand was crazy. And I was living in Cardiff at the time. And I sold one to one person, they liked it, and then they referred me to like 6 other people. It exploded. I've never been able to recreate that success again. I couldn't sell them quick enough. I'd list it, and it'd be gone within about an hour. It was crazy. Yeah, I know what you mean. So well, with the soldered RAM, then yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. You know, we might be in the dying embers of PC building as a hobby, guys. I hate to say it. Because we might get to the point where things like the Steam machine are going to be, it's going to all be like consoles. Who knows? I mean, I thought it was going to be about 10 years before that happens, but it could be a lot sooner. So who knows? Who knows? So hard to predict what's going to happen at the moment. Fine, and then we just need to put the brackets on. Oh, the Assassin X was a little bit different to the other Thermalrights, isn't it? I'll have to look at the manual to remind myself. I haven't used one in a while. Oh, thanks, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, generally, I'm not the cheapest in terms of PC builds, but I don't want to be the cheapest. Like, you know, some people will just say price is everything. That's not the kind of customer I'm going for. What I pride myself on is doing a good job and giving somebody a system that makes sense, well built, not going to cause you problems, it's just going to work. You don't have to set up anything, you just plug it in and then you just install your games. Easy, right? But that takes time and therefore you have to charge extra money for it. So I know I'm locking myself out of the market, but I'm not going to be able to compete with CyberPower and everyone like that on price because I don't have those kind of industry links. It's just not going to happen. It's not, the thing is, yeah, it is good multitasking, but I would have finished this by now already. Do you know what I mean? Like this kind of build I could do in 45 minutes. I built that earlier in the stream. We showed a new series that we're doing with the i9 12900K. I built that in 45 minutes with a 360 liquid cooler off stream. It's amazing how much longer it takes, but I enjoy it, so it's all good. Great, so these brackets are just gonna go on the sides. Yeah, it's difficult with the only other thing I would say about that, Moog, is that bad reviews always sort of stick up more than good reviews, don't they? It's difficult. I haven't got any bad reviews because if something goes wrong and it's my fault, I'm not going to argue. If it's wrong, I'll just take the haircut and fix it. But when you get to a company of that size, you do cut corners because you have people in the customer service center that don't know anything about computers. So they're just going to like get you to return it or anything like that, when sometimes it's just a simple fix over the phone. So, tricky. Tricky. Victim of their own size sometimes, those companies, eh? So this is a Ryzen 7 7800X 3D, and you can definitely cool it with a single tower cooler like this. Ideal world, you have a dual tower cooler, but it's not going to cause any problems. It's just like, you know, it's nice to have in terms of noise and things like that. Or of course a liquid cooler, whichever you prefer. Nowadays, for my own systems, I tend to just go for air cooling. It's just a lot simpler. Obviously, you do get the nice looks with the liquid cooler, so it's always up to individual person. The other thing that's good about doing the channel alongside the company is that, you know, like most YouTubers, the way they get parts is that they get sent them by the manufacturer. So if you watch like a PC-centric video, for example, if you're in the UK, you might have heard of PC-centric, huge tech YouTuber for PCs. His build, he obviously knows what he's doing with PCs and everything like that. He's very knowledgeable, but it does show that those parts are sent to him for free, because some of the parts are so expensive and don't give you any more performance, or something looks a bit janky or it doesn't quite fit. But that's because he's using the parts that he's been sent. Whereas when I'm doing these builds, I'm doing them to sell. So I'm going to use parts that make sense and that are lean and work. I'm not team anyone, Moog. That's not an avenue I go down. I just get whatever's the best at the time. I'm not brand aligned in any way. And nor should anyone else. It depends on what it is. Like if it's a service-based thing, then actually brand can be really good because it does give you assurance of quality. But if it's a consumable like a CPU or RAM or something, it doesn't actually matter the brand, does it? As long as the performance is good. Now, I'm never sure if the Thermalright is supposed to be that way or that way. I mean, I think it's that way, so it's read across like that. So I don't know. I don't think it matters, but so I'll just put it on that way. And obviously with these coolers, try and do like a little bit on each side, like go between. Don't just do the whole side all the way down. You'll get a much better spread of the paste and much more even contact by just doing a little couple of turns each side at a time. Yeah, well that's it. Yeah, I mean, a few years ago, there would have been, I would understand the brand thing, but now the actual standard of quality of components has improved a lot in the past few years, even for cheaper brands. Like this Thermalright cooler is 18 quid. It's fantastic because it's a lump of metal with some heat pipes in it and a fan. It's hard to get that wrong. AMD have been pretty popular for a while, but it's in the last sort of 3 years that they've been on top, properly on top. You're a MediaTek or Team IBM? Well, I don't really like MediaTek for only one reason. And it's Microsoft's fault, is that their Wi-Fi drivers are never pre-installed on Windows, so I have to install them every time. IBM, God. My dad used to have an IBM laptop. That was when I was like 10. I'm about 1 million years old now, so. Okay. Oh, dude, no, this is the one that doesn't have the controllable RGB, isn't it? Oh, I can't do that to the customer, man. I'm gonna go get him a ARGB fan instead. It's the problem, all those damn Amazon listings, they all look so similar. I've obviously got the one with the fan that's going to be stuck on rainbow forever. Honestly, the cost of a £6 fan is definitely worth it to not get messages all the time about not being able to control the RGB, so. It is an RGB fan, it's just it will be stuck on rainbow. Must have RGB. If there's no RGB, your computer's going to be too slow. And besides, how would everyone else know that you've got a bitchin' PC if you haven't got RGB, huh? Says the guy that straps his PC under his desk and he can't see it. I don't know if I'll ever have RGB in my own computers again. I can't be dealing with like, it's just annoying. It's nice novelty when you first get it, and it looks nice and everything. Too much of a faff for me. I'm getting too old. Right, plug in the CPU fan. It's got two ARGB headers like right next to each other. That's interesting. Okay, that's better. So we don't have an SSD yet to put in here, so we'll see. Only headphone recommendations. Well, it depends. If you want to be really competitive, I tend to get IEMs now rather than headphones. I'm not the best person to ask, truth be told. But if you get the Tin 2s, I think they're called, or something, Linsol Tin 2s, they're pretty nice IEMs, but it's difficult if you want a headset like with a mic on it as well and things like that. But I'm not as much of an audiophile. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get the case now. Should be simple enough. Oh, headset, yeah. I'm not as clued up on headsets, if I'm honest. Because I don't use them, so I don't know. And I don't do any testing on them. I wonder if rtings.com does reviews on headsets. They're quite trustworthy for reviews. I'm just unpacking the case so that we can build the PC. Okay. I'm actually like livid because they've discontinued this case, the Vida Akira, and it's so good for the money. It's like 50 quid. And it's like a nice micro fish tank. Jacob, do I still have DDR5? I've got loads, mate. I've got about 16 kits. Hoping that will ride me through for a little while. What's the mouse pad? Oh, this is a Linus Tech Tips pad. But I don't use it anymore. I got a nice wood desk, so I didn't really want to cover it all with a pad. So I just got Western Digital SSD brands. Just sent me a free one once as a promo. And I'll just use that now. How do I decide what case to use? I mean, you just got to try them out and see what happens. Hey, they've updated this. It's got reverse blade fans now. Nice. It's a shame they've discontinued it though. Yeah, I've got loads. Keep them like gold, yeah. Do I deliver to Nigeria? Absolutely not. I put enough effort in trying to get them to survive the UK delivery chain, let alone the international. But like 50 quid for like a half decent case is real sweet. Actually decent build quality. They just stopped making them. This is the last one. I've got this one and the white version and that's it. How do you correctly clean a PC? You just get a little electronic duster rather than the spray can. Oh, okay, so it's got a SATA powered hub by the looks of it. So I will need to plug that SATA plug into the power supply, but that's okay. Fab. Oh, I'm gutted that they stopped making this case, man. It's so good for the money. Okay, that's going to be fun to cable manage later, isn't it? All right, do I put the power? No, I should install the motherboard first, really, shouldn't I? In which case, plug that into the board before I do anything else. Right, I need to check the standoffs. So, actually, it looks perfect. So, those are lined up and those are offset. Oh, beautiful! Oh yeah. So I'll put that down, pop the IO shield in. We're having a grand wee time. God, Turtle Beach, I haven't heard that brand in a long time. Long time. That's like my Xbox 360 days, bro. Of the audio file chat going on, I don't know anything about it. Shame I don't have a Discord server. I know, I would do one. I just don't have enough of a following to make it worthwhile looking after a Discord. Maybe when I get to 10k, 20k, I'll do it. But at the moment, like the streams are doing quite well, but my actual videos, you know, I'm lucky to get 1,000 or 2,000 views. It's just not worth the time investment to do a Discord at the moment. That's the only difference. It's not that I'm against it. It just doesn't really make sense at the current moment. Oh, drop the screwdriver, good one. And drop. Jesus, right, I need to stand up. Oh, getting lazy. Cool. 29 concurrent viewers is very nice for a Wednesday afternoon, I must say. I think if I did have a Discord, I'd have to get somebody else to manage it because I don't know if I've got the patience and mental bandwidth to be dealing with it, to be honest. Where's the gap in the motherboard? Is that going to reach it? No is the answer. It's okay. To find another way to route it. You're playing Battlefield 6 whilst watching my stream. I can't do it. The Battlefield 6 is like too intense. Like fries all my brain receptors. I couldn't be doing that and something else at the same time. I think I could play like an RTS game like Age of Empires and watch the stream, but I think anything else, I'd be too stimulated. I couldn't do it. Right, I better do the front panel stuff. Do I play any games? Not so much anymore. I'm playing the game of business at the moment. I'm meeting my friend on Saturday to see if he wants to open a paddle court because it's like insanely popular and there isn't one around here. So if we can get the business loans, we could be having some fun there. A little extra gig on the side. I do sometimes play Battlefield, but I probably only play video games like twice a week, if that. If I play it too much, I don't know, it messes with my head. It makes me all negative and stuff. It's not good, man. Why does it have the space or the space here? I don't know. Yeah, good point. Guess it's just the design. Not quite enough to get 3 fans in there. They probably could have made it 140s, but again, this is a super budget case, so they're trying to keep everything as low as possible, I suppose. Let's I mean, I guess wherever they tooled it, they just didn't get the 140 side bits put in. But it's okay. Like when it's a cheap case, you can let those kind of things go, can't you? Right. Sort out this viper's nest of cables here and see what we need to do. It's a PWM, and that's an RGB. Put the RGB to the top. Actually, we'll put them both through the top. To open it up, so you borrow most of the money. Basically, I think we need about 120 grand between the two of us. Maybe get a third investor on board, maybe. Okay. So, memorize where all the plugs are on this. So USB 3 is on the side. Chuck that through the side. Front panel is on the bottom. Aiming for 6 quarts. And we worked it out that if me and this other guy pay ourselves 30 grand a year salary each, and sort of work it part-time, we could pay down all the debt if we reinvest 90% of the profits within about 18 months. It's hyper profitable because the upsells that you can do alongside it are insane. Smoothies, social events, whatever. It's like a ripe market. I just need to get in there quickly. Yeah, maybe it is. It probably is exactly for that actually. For the AIOs, that's probably why there's a bit of extra space. I might shift these up a little bit so they're a bit more central, but that's for later. Right. CPU fan 2, just put it in there. Yeah, well, I was just saying, there's one in Exeter nearby here that they must be making serious cash, serious cash. Well, graphics card. So actually, no graphics card at the moment because it's not going to be delivered till tomorrow. It's going to be, when it is done, it will be a 9070 XT. It's a pretty nice GPU. Oh, Paul almost got twice. Yeah, I'm going to have to actually do it as well, which is annoying. I was hoping people would say no. I'll have to actually like listen to the song again and make sure that I can actually play it. and work out the chords. Nearly there. Come on, last one. Yeah. Yeah, it's come down a decent amount. So the one I ordered is coming tomorrow. It's a gigabyte one. Really nice. And only 540. So it's definitely come down a lot, yeah. Right, here's everything along the bottom. So I think we can put the PSU in now. Maybe we'll just move those fans up before we forget. By the way, stream ends in 20 minutes. No, it doesn't. Hour and 20 minutes, according to mine. GMT, baby. The only time zone that matters. Alright. So in preparation for our GPU, we should probably just feed these cables through the bottom. Today's budget didn't offer any subsidies for PC gamers. Definitely didn't. I haven't even seen it. To be honest, I don't even care. I know it's going to be bad. So, not going to improve my mood reading about how the country wants to screw over businesses even further. So, why even bother? Just have fun on stream instead. Right, you little bastard. I'm trying to get this to go through. It's fun, isn't it? Go on, little PCIe cable. Through you go. Through you go. Is that Moboga? Well, actually, 2 RAM sticks is probably to its favour, I would say, if I'm honest, because the RAM, like, trying to get 4 sticks of DDR5 stable it's difficult. So, you know, you might actually be in a better position with a 2-DIMM board, weirdly. Oh, this is a real pig. They haven't made this bottom opening big enough for me to get everything through easily. I think it'll go, it's just the fap. Right, that's 1. Yeah, the Wi-Fi version, definitely. Micro ATX, I always get the Wi-Fi versions, because trying to add a card to a micro ATX board is difficult. So, yes, I always recommend if you're going to get a micro ATX that you should get the Wi-Fi version. I generally get the Wi-Fi versions of every board, just because it's just nice to have that Bluetooth just built in, isn't it? And it's usually the same price or cheaper than buying an add-in card. It's usually a lot cheaper than buying an add-in card, actually. Okay. Yeah, I guess the difficulty is that they probably put this hub in so that people don't overload the headers with too much stuff. But yeah, it's not as clean, is it? I agree. Oh, right, I need some hex screws to put this power supply in. I actually have no idea which one it is, but it works, whichever one it is, so I don't know. I'm not too fussed about the quality of the Wi-Fi chip on a lower motherboard. If anyone's serious about online gaming, they should be using Ethernet anyway. Oh yeah. Where's that? Above or below? I think I'll try above and then move it probably in a minute. Alrighty then. Finish up this side. Now I'm going to put that through the bottom one. I've never had that problem before with the MediaTek, but it's good to know. If you do rely on Wi-Fi, maybe it's not the best one for you. Alright, so these are the GPU cables, so when that actually arrives. Everything is hunky-dory. Do a bit of tidying. It's not ID cooling, it's thermal right. And we had to change the fan because I bought the one that doesn't have the ARGB plug on it, so it's fixed rainbow. Sad times, but what are you going to do? I think the ID cooling actually looks a bit nicer than this one, the SE214XT. This is just what I had in stock. I'm actually livid. Where have I put my scissors? Need them, man. Well, I'm sure, like always, it will turn up. Alright then, so unfortunately we don't have a GPU yet, so can't plug those in. So let's shimmy those fans up a little bit. You got B650M PG Lightning Wi-Fi. Why would you change that? No, don't upgrade it. It's not going to give you. It's going to give you nothing. You'll get nothing out of getting a new motherboard on the M5 from what you've already got. Okie dokie. Battery's dying. See you later, dude. Good to see you. Yeah, the cooler would be fine for a 7800 X3. I mean, just about. If you wanted a bit more comfort, then get a dual tower version. If I had one in stock, I would have done the free upgrade, to be honest, but I didn't. And it will slow it down. Customer bought this yesterday, and they're already asking me when it's going to be dispatched. I'm like, dude, you ordered it yesterday in the nicest possible way. Right. I'll try and do a bit of initial cable management if I can. I need to get some longer cable ties, man. It's not good for my brain. So if it's the new, if it's the new RM1000D that you've ordered, it'll actually come with kind of soft cables anyway. I think you've probably got enough room in the O11 Mini to get extensions rather than anything else. Because those custom Corsair kits are usually pretty pricey, aren't they? I haven't used them in years. I don't remember them being particularly economical. Tanmay, good to see you, mate. Wondering when you'd show up. Putting the finishing touches on this one. I mean, we haven't got the GPU yet. We have to wait, annoyingly, because it's not been delivered. But that's the game sometimes, my friend. That's the game. There's got to be a nicer way to put these cables in, right? So that you don't see them. AK500. I actually had the AK500. Nice. Yeah, usually the Deepcore AK series is pretty good, so I'm not surprised you're doing well with that. I'd probably go with the extensions rather than the cable mod because it's just so expensive. But you'll have to see how much space you've got in your case. Honestly, the lengths I go to for cable management. I'm just trying to tidy these cables up here because I don't really want them going over the back of the fans like that. Doesn't look very good. Bastard, come on. Oof. Alright, I'm on the hunt for my scissors. Because I need them to snip those cable ties. Honestly, I'd probably lose my head if it wasn't attached to my neck. What the hell have I done with it? Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm thinking the best place to put this, maybe in the, probably in the top there, isn't it? Oh, actually, I could probably sneak it. No, I haven't got any particular recommendations for which extensions you get. They're all virtually the same, aren't they? EZ DIY is usually good value, but no particular alignment. Especially for white. All the companies do white, don't they? So. I don't think where the best place to put this hub's going to be. I think up here. Going for it. Once the sticky pad is off, it's off. Cool. And then we'll need that little SATA plug. Which again, I can't bloody find because I'm an idiot. I had it out like a minute ago. Where have I put it? There it is, wee bastard. Oosh. I haven't had any melt yet with white extensions on Corsair or otherwise, so I don't know. That's true. I mean, normally in these fish tank cases, Jacob, what I tend to do is actually put the power supply in last, but I don't know, I just felt like mixing it up. Usually I do all the cables, put everything in, and then just plug it into the unit at the end. I got carried away with chat yet again. This is the downside of the fish tank style, is that whilst it has got a deep chamber, it's not always the easiest to manage. I just get some white extensions, make sure they're all plugged in all the way, and it'll be okay. Stick with EVGA. Do they even make power supplies anymore? I haven't been able to buy an EVGA power supply for ages. I didn't even know they were still manufacturing anything. They haven't really got any presence in Europe, I don't think. At least not in the UK, let's see. What's the difference between AM4 and AM5? It's just a different platform, isn't it? It's tells you what CPUs and you can put in it, what features it's got, different RAM types. Whoops. Oopsie. So I'm just shifting like the height of these fans a little bit just to be a bit more pleasing. Okay, very nice. So, once the customer's GPU arrives tomorrow, I can just sort this out. But for now, I'll put it aside. I think the fans look better like that, don't they? Alrighty, I'm going to close this one up, set it aside, and then we will move on to the white design build. And then I can fix and finish this one tomorrow when the GPU and the SSD arrive. Perfection. That's got a bit of flex to it, baby. Well, for a £50 case, I think we can forgive that, can't we? But you could really put high-end systems into this case as well. I mean, you've got that 360 cooler support at the top. Could easily be done. Fabulous. Fabulous. I just need to pop the Glarus back on, tidy up, and then finish up with a white build. They haven't used any Silverstone stuff in ages. They used to make consumer power supplies, but I haven't seen any that are in a competitive price bracket in ages. Gloves have fallen apart, haven't they? Look, Jesus. Got a thumb view. Very nice. Right, I'll go and just tidy up, and we'll do the white build. Yeah, Crucial is like the brand, if you like. They're like, it's like the AIB, isn't it? Almost of Micron. But it's all the same. It's all the same people. It actually comes with a little RGB remote as well. God, that takes me back. Jesus. I won't be using that. Silent Hill 2 remake. Do you know what come up on my algorithm recently, which I've been appreciating, is oh, brain's gone. Pokemon stuff, like old school Pokemon, Red, Blue, etc. You know, and they had the thing with the Masingo or Missing No Pokemon was pretty cool. He's brave enough to return if they like the colour. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Right, people that have just joined, we're doing a little tidy up before we move on to our next build. And I am running somewhat slow on time. I'm just about all right. So as long as we motor through the next build, we will be caught up to date. But if you don't tidy up in between them, you'll start getting stuff mixed up, and then that's the whole thing you don't want to get into. See, Steven, that's the way I want to be, my friend. Retired and just like chilling on the games, bro. It's the way to be. Okay, so we can move on now. That's the basis of it, boys. That's the basis of it. Oh, and of course, who could forget the gold itself? 6000 CL. It's a CL28, isn't it? Oh no, CL30, this one. Clev Fit V. Paid £105 for this about 5 weeks ago. Feeling very good about that now. So this is the next one. The case is the MSI M100R Pano, which we'll obviously get to in a bit. It's going to change these gloves because they have actually disintegrated now. I got a glove bracelet. Because not only is it DDR5, it's white DDR5. Alright, then we're going to get a little quick drink before we continue. I'm eating Wendy worms from Lidl. No, Aldi, not Lidl, sorry. Well, you don't need to build with gloves. The only reason I was doing it was because I cut my finger on a header the other day. I don't want to open it up and bleed on stuff, especially on a white build. You don't need, static's not going to happen. Not in my country. Bro, Aldi is so damn cheap. It's so much better than the others. Honestly, and these are fucking go-to. Top notch, right? Wendy worm. And then, of course, got Leo the lion as well. who's such a rip-off of Percy Pigs. Palette, yeah, palettes, I love palette. I think they make great cards. Reliable, good cooling, look nice. You wouldn't eat anything with the word. Tanmay, you haven't lived, my friend. I've never used their SSDs. I think they've improved, but I didn't use them for a long time, Clev, because I had some DDR4, and it just kept breaking all the time. So I stopped using it for ages, but I think they've got a lot better now. Let's hear it, man. Let's hear the joke. I swear to God, if you just say DDR5 prices, I'm going to put you in a timeout. I love that hedgehog. You worked hard, put that money to good use. Have some fun. Oh, myth. Don't even finish it because I know what you're going to say. And it's not funny. Anyway, if you're in Australia, it's probably like 3 in the morning, isn't it, or something? Damn, Hedgehog. Hedgehog's the pro gamer. Yeah, hopefully enjoy it, man. And as bad as the prices are, if you just buy a good one now, you'll be alright for 3 or 4 years before, and it will be back to normal by then. So you're good. Right. So I want to, the highlight part of this build for me is this motherboard, actually. Insanely good deal. This was £120. Micro ATX, nice silver accents. And I do like MSI stuff. Not that I particularly care about the brand. And then the VRM on this is great. I think it's at least a 10 phase. I'll have to look it up. But you'd have no problem putting a Ryzen 9 into this board with the power delivery that's on offer. It's fantastic. This, for £120, I think this is a really good deal. B650M Game plus Wi-Fi. I can't see another board that gives you the quality that you get in this for 120 quid. It's just, I think it probably didn't sell very well because it's white, but it's going to look really good in this build, so can't complain. All right then, so I've got this. You don't need an 850 for a 5070. You get away with a 650 or a 750. I have this in stock. It's got white cables. This build is just going to be for photos, then I'm taking it apart again. So don't use this as a recommendation to always get an 850 if you don't need it. These are really good. Amazon UK, these are £42 at the moment. Can't go wrong with that, can you? All right. And of course, we've got a 7500F, but to be honest, like this CPU's, this system is only going to be used for photos, and then I'm going to take it apart. So to be honest, I could put any CPU in there, it doesn't matter. Yeah, good units, those. They're pretty decent. I think they'll do a decent job. It's ATX 3.1, so I'm happy. This board looks beautiful. I love the colour. Stephen, when I was a kid, we had an Atari, and we had this game where it was like an Olympics game, and it had a joystick, and to get the guy to run, you'd have to go like this with the joystick. Oh my God, my wrists were absolutely wrecked. And actually, don't say anything dodgy, because that is a genuine story. They're preparing you for something greater. Exactly. All right. I think this is a really nice looking board. So see how many MOSFETs we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there's 13 there. Is there? Let me count that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it's 13. So how does that work? These look like they're doubled. So this must be a duet rail system. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So it's minimum 10. And then whatever else they use for the SoC and whatever. It's definitely a duet rail though. You can see them, they're together. So that's fine for, you know, power delivery. If you're going to want to do lots of nimble overclocking and things like that, it might not be as good as a true 10 or 12 phase, but I mean, AMD, come on guys. Oh, I don't think I ever played the baseball game on it, but yeah, interesting, that Atari stuff. I'm not going to put an SSD in it because it's just for photos, so we're not doing that. Let's start with the gold dust itself. Bravo to Clev for actually giving you a box that you can open without destroying it. The crucial stuff, like you have to like cut it open with scissors. Crazy. It's not the nicest looking RAM, is it? Do the job. Do you think I should? Oh, it's going to be. It's difficult because I've got some ADATA Lancer RGB RAM, which will look nicer than this, but then I don't really want to advertise it with RGB RAM because that's going to be so damn expensive. I think I'm going to leave it like this. It's a shame that the heatsink doesn't just carry on all the way, really. I think it's minor. I think I'm splitting hairs. But I'm certain this is the best motherboard you can get for the money right now. Just happens to be micro ATX. Yeah, Stephen, Intel's still good, man. It just depends on what you want to do with your PC. Like Intel are a bit more for like creators now, isn't it? Yeah, it is a bit more like it hasn't got a white PCB, so it is more silvery than white, isn't it? It's just if I was putting together a black build, I don't think I'd want this board in it just because of not, you know, the look isn't going to be congruent. Just my 2 cents though. Because when you've got your GPU and your cooler and stuff, you don't see a lot of the PCB anyway. The 13th and 14th gen are actually pretty decent. You just need to lock the cores down, or at least have the BIOS up to date, and ideally undervolt it, because you can still get some good performance out of it. Oh, this is classic bloody Cooler Master. Right, they need to stop doing this shit. Let me show you before I crack on with the rest. Oh! So they put in the 90-degree adapter for the 12-volt 2x6 for the NVIDIA cards, right? But anyone that's ever dealt with more than one type of graphics card knows that some of them have the latch on the other side. So how on earth they shipped it like this? Oh, I don't know. Luckily, I've encountered this before, and you can it's just a plastic shroud, so you can take the shroud off it and it works fine. It's just frustrating that they obviously haven't thought about this at all. They haven't gone, do you know what? Some graphics cards might have the connector on the other side. You could say that's a graphics problem. They should all just be on the same side, but that's not the reality that we live in. And I don't know why Cooler Master have done it that way. I quite like the 14700 as long as you do need to lock it down to stop the degradation. That's the problem with it, isn't it? And that's kind of unacceptable. Really, isn't it? You shouldn't have to really be tweaking your chip to get it to work. But that's what it is. I wish they'd just say the GPU guys should all just have it the same way around. Because at the moment you have to, like, if you want to buy an aftermarket 90°, then you have to check which way round it is and all this rubbish. It's like, can we not just have it all the same way? And also, while I'm nitpicking, if you're going to put out a white power supply Cooler Master, could the plugs be white as well? Because that would look a lot nicer. But that is splitting hairs, so what are you going to do? I mean, for a demonstration PC, it doesn't really matter if I plug in both, but I should. Why not? If we've got two plugs, why not? Well, trying to get shades of white to match is difficult. Yeah, there is no need, especially if you were to have a system with a 7500F, there's no need at all. It's not going to give you any benefit to have both of those in, but for the pictures, it might look a bit nicer. So that's why it's there. I'll come back to the power supply later. Yeah, there was some 9800X3Ds on some ASRock boards that did burn, that's correct, which is also unacceptable. It has actually been fixed since. So you're right, AMD have their own issues as well. No, you don't need to put two in, Jake, it's fine. Okie dokie dokie. Liquid cooler. Probably could have used a 360 actually for pictures, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Okay. Now, it has been a long, long time since I've installed an ID cooling liquid cooler, so I will have a look at the pictures. So they have a long bracket and a short bracket. Why? For ITX, but what? I think I'll use the long bracket, but why is there two different? Why are there two different AMD brackets? That's crazy. Well, if someone knows why on earth AMD CPUs on this cooler need 2 different types of bracket, it's not offset or anything, is it? I am molto confused though. I'll just use the longer ones. Because if they both work, then why have the longer ones? Strange. Oh. Oh god, ID Cooling's packaging does my nut in. Ugh. Takes so long to get off. Why do you need so much plastic? Gross. Looks cool though. I think it's going to be a really nice looking cooler. Right. So it's already got the side pieces on. So actually I just need to put the bracket on. That's cool. That does make things easier. I think nowadays I've noticed that cooler manufacturers are prioritizing their mounts for AMD. They used to prioritize it for Intel. But now if there's a standard bracket, it will be the AMD one that's on as standard, which is interesting. Obviously that market share's really taken off. Yeah, I don't know what caused that burning CPU thing, but I don't know. There's always these problems that come up in the news or whatever, but I've never had any of them. I've never had X3D burn on an ASRock. I've never had a 12-volt high power cable melt. So I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Right. So now I'll be in here on it. Mounting screws. So we need these. And which screws? These are the only standoff ones, so it's got to be these. Thin thread and thick thread, which way round do they go? That doesn't make, that picture is not clear at all. Just gonna guess, thick side down. Wide ways like this. Starting to wonder if the short bracket might be a bit more sturdy. No, that's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Oh, nice loosey-goosey paste. Perfect. My favourite. Delicious. Great. So now you should just be able to chuck that on, and then... So the pipes must therefore either be top or bottom. Which way round does it want us to put them? Oh, I see. So the short bracket would let you mount it with the pipes in a different direction. That's the explanation. Okay, so this works in our favour because we can have it like this, which I think is a nice way to have the pipes coming from the bottom. So that's good. Okay. There. Try and route this through in an aesthetic way, if possible. Put the pube fan in the R. Marvelous. Can't get that through there, so that's going to have to go on the outside, unfortunately. That's okay. Yorkshire car, is it worth upgrading to 5080 from 9070? Well, only if that 9070 is not giving you the performance that you want. That's always the thing, isn't it? I mean, it's not going to be a huge jump. It'll be a decent jump, but it's only if your current stuff isn't doing what you need it to. Okay. So we can start casing this up. Okay, just going to get the MSI case. I'll be back in just a second. Oh, right. Do just need a quick drink as well. All this talking. So using the MSI Magpano M100R. Fish tank case with a diagonal bit on it. MATX, pretty nice. So I'm just stripping it down. Get the PC installed. Easy. Toolless panels, which is quite nice. Philo, good evening, my friend. Yeah, but we're nearly done actually. Just putting together this last one. We've done the motherboard and the platform. We've just got to install it in the case. This case looks great. And it's pretty reasonably priced, like 60 quid. It comes with all the fans, so pretty nice. And it's Mac Connect compatible if that's your jam. It's not my jam, but if it's yours, then you're happy. Right, let's just check those standoff positions. Those are all standard for this board, perfect. You do have to be careful with the micro ATX boards that those standoffs are in the correct place. You can come unstuck otherwise with shorting out. Yeah, the fans are ARGB. Yeah, well, I believe they are. I mean, that's what it said on the listing. I've not actually used this particular case before. We're only putting it together today for, excuse me, for website photos. Oh, the Amazon truck's here. So once he's coming my way, I will need to just dip out for a quick minute because they came to the door yesterday. I ordered a 5070 and two 5060s. From the Black Friday deals, and they didn't even knock the door, just stood there and then left again. I was like, okay, I looked on the security camera and he didn't even like knock the door or ring the bell. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. This is the white version though, rather than the black. But yeah, that's exactly right. Okay. I mean, for like a fish tank from a half decent brand, with the fans included, 60 quid, pretty fair deal. There we go. Ah, made the classic mistake of not getting the screws out first. Oh, that was easy. Okay. It comes with a spirit level. What, to check if your anti-sag is in the right place, presumably. Whoa! I just dropped it. I'm just keeping eagle eyes out there on the Amazon guy. Because the van is here, but I don't know if he's got to do the other houses first. No, he's coming here. He's coming here. Okay. Right, I'm just going to nip a quick second. Okay. So hopefully there's some GPUs in here, which would be nice. There is, thank God. So we've got 5060 Inspire, £218. Pretty nice little discount. So I've got two of those, hopefully. Two of them. Pretty good for some sort of budget builds, you know. And then hopefully we've got a 5070 in here as well. We do. 5070 Shadow. So quite a low 5070. To be honest, a 3 fan would be better, but the only 3 fan at a good price was the Ventus, and I've had bad experiences with the Ventus. And this is only £450, which is a pretty good price. It's 50 below MSRP, so I think that's not a bad deal at all. Yeah, and they're still available, from what I could see. But anyway, back to what we're actually doing. So, because we've done a lot of the cabling already, it's not going to be too onerous to get all this finished now. So that's from the top. So why don't we use the pump as the first RGB in the chain. You can just pop the rest of it through. Sweet, now to fix the Mobo in place. Yeah, well, I always say, really, smoking tobacco near a PC, Jesus, that is a terrible idea. I mean, smoking in general is also a terrible idea. Like, it will cause your life to be worse. So, if getting a new PC is a good reason to give up smoking, then yeah, crack on, bro. Yeah, but it's the thing is when you're selling a PC, people don't think about like that, do they? They just think, "Oh, pretty, bye." That's as far as the thought process goes for most people. And if they want to wreck it, that's up to them. It's an exceptionally easy case to build in. Although I think they could have made it slightly shorter top to bottom to make it a bit more compact, but because it's basically an ATX case size, very close to being anyway. But I like it. I think it's a nice little pretty case. Well, you would hope they don't smoke inside the house because that's kind of gross. Smoke inside your own house. Well, inside any house, I guess, but just seems like a really stupid. It's like smoking inside your car. Like, that is a really stupid thing to do. It's going to completely wreck the resale value of your car. Especially if they have kids, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Not a good example, is it? Okay. So this, what do you think? Place in the middle like that? Or place more to the side like that, so it's over the motherboard tray? I think over the motherboard tray. See what the pipes look like though. Maybe if we had the pipes on this side, then you could have it in the motherboard tray, couldn't you? I suppose I'm going to have to put it here, aren't I? Otherwise the pipes are going to look a bit strange. Yeah, this case is way bigger than the A3. If you want space optimization, this isn't the case for you. I think I'll put it in the middle then. But if I did this build again, I would probably put the short arms on it and then have it so that the pipes are over there. Do you think that's worth me changing the bracket over? Because I'm considering it. I mean, it's not going to hit the glass like that. It just looks a little bit... I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Otherwise I'll always be wondering what it might have looked like. It's not going to affect the functionality, is it? So we can just put it all back. Because, you know, I don't have to change the paste or anything. I've just put it on, for one, and two, it's just a demonstration PC anyway, so... Okay. I'll just put that there and just pray that I don't get thermal paste all over the inside of the case. Just behave, pump head. Stay there. Good. I suppose the good thing about this case being a bit taller is that because this PCIe long slot is like the second down, it will give the GPU a bit more space to breathe, I suppose, which is nice. Okay, so let's get the short arm brackets then. Because I think this should, if we've got a 240, I feel like it should be with the motherboard tray rather than covering those fans. If you mentioned it, I'm sorry that I missed it. So this will just go straight with it pointing towards the inside. Okay. Yeah, probably. You could, that is, Tavad, that is one of the benefits, is you could easily put a non-modular power supply in here, which is what I'll intend to do with some of the specs that I set up for it. So absolutely, that is one of the benefits of this kind of case, because the A3 is all in one chamber, so you have to usually, really, to get the best look in the A3, you should be using a modular unit. So we can now put this pump in this way. And, I think the mount looks nicer anyway, so even if we don't end up using that positioning, I think it will still look nicer with the small brackets anyway. So now, oh, that looks so much better. That has made a huge difference. Doesn't that look so much cleaner now? I think so. Definitely worth taking that extra 2 minutes to switch that round, I think. Beautiful stuff. Right, so let's fix that in place. Just need the sealing screws. Yeah, that's right, Jake. Exactly, Jake. Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the way to go, isn't it? It's got to be. I'm just going to put 2 screws in it because it's only a demonstration case, so I don't have to like worry about it long term. So. Make it my best friend. No, Black Friday. Yeah. My boyfriend. Right. That can go through there in a minute as well. This is starting to look really nice. Like from where I'm sitting, this is starting to look really clean. I'm very pleased. Right, so that's exactly how I hoped this build would go. So just pull through the slack there. And also having the white cables is much easier than using extensions. Oh, so that's interesting. So it's got a little PCB here with all the fans on it. So they're 3-pin fans. That's interesting. So does it? But it terminates in a PWM. So there must be a PWM chip that sends voltage to these. That's it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's nice enough. And this one can just daisy chain off that one anyway. And we should hopefully have a RGB header along the bottom somewhere. There, guys, this is looking pretty good. Yeah, it is big. It's basically a mid-tower, really, isn't it? It's just they've limited it to micro ATX for a bit of breathing room by the looks of things. So I do have a JRGB across the bottom. Perfect. And then the USB 3 is where? It's along the side. Okay, and then the USB-C is up there as well. Oh, a little 90-degree USB 3. Let's Let's see. Hopefully it fits the. It does fit the correct way. That's good. That'd be funny though if it didn't work with an MSI motherboard, wouldn't it? Right. Just feed these through to their respective resting places. So that one goes in there. That one can go underneath there. And that's HD audio, so as everybody knows, that goes in there. And then, so our hub terminates in PWM there, and ARGB there. God, what a mess this is though, Jesus. Oh, so the PWM comes out that side and the ARGB comes out that side. All right. And all we need, the only one I think we haven't seen yet is the front panel. Where's that? Oh, there we go. That must be front panel. Gotta be. I don't think what else it would be. Let's get plug in. USB-C, and then we've got the 90-degree USB 3 plug, which is actually not a bad idea. That's pretty straightforward actually. I quite like it. Cool. Front panel. And look, it's even got a front grommet for your GPU power cable. Love to see it. This is actually like a pretty nice case for 60 quid. I am pretty impressed. If I get any more builds with it, I will probably do a review on it because it's pretty nice. Oh yeah. What GPU should you pair with your 2400G? Well, whatever GPU you put in it is going to be held back by your CPU, I think. So I don't know. Whatever you can afford is the answer, I suppose. Oh, it's got a rotatable head on it. This is starting to look pretty tasty. Maybe I would shift that over very slightly, just so that this pipe goes a bit straighter. Or maybe I could use these actually. Probably doesn't need this though, truth be told. Yeah, it might just need a slight nudge that way just to straighten this bit up here. I'm going to do that now before I forget. Hell yeah! Right. So we put GPU in now. This is going to be exceptionally clean, I think, guys. So I got a palette white 5070. Looks pretty clean, I like it. Just pure white, nothing too fancy. Yeah, I dig it, I dig it. Nice slim card as well, which will look good in this case. Hell yeah. Now let's see. See, this is exactly why this 90-degree adapter doesn't work, because if I wanted to plug this in, it would end up being this way round. Of course they're off their bloody rockers with this, honestly. So they give you a 90-degree, and then we're using this card here that doesn't let you plug it in that way. Bonkers! If you're going to insist on putting a 90-degree adapter in the box, you should put two in. Two cables, one that goes each way. So you can, thankfully, you can pop the little bit of plastic off and then carefully re-straighten your cable. Not ideal though. And then it's got this like little ridged bit on it now. Bit gross, isn't it? I wonder if it does that come off? No. Well, it is what it is, but that is unfortunate. It doesn't look too bad with that ridged bit on it. Get away with it. Yeah, that's true. I think so. For you, 1080p, the RTX 5060 is a good buy at the moment. In the UK, £218, pretty sweet. That's going to be difficult to beat. For 1080p strictly, if you're going for 1440, then I'd probably say Intel Arc B580 would be a better choice. Okie dokie. So just time for power supply, cable management, and close up. If you're talking about used stuff, I'm not going to be able to help you very much because it's so region dependent what you can get. Yeah, if we're talking about used stuff, you got to speak to somebody that's more of like an expert in that particular like geographical area, because whatever advice is given to you by people in a different country probably isn't going to be applicable, because every market's a bit different. So it's a tricky one. You just see what's available, the price that you're shopping in, and then just compare the benchmarks online. That's going to be the way to do it. All right, time for some cables. Favorite bit, everybody. Okie dokie. Let's start with the right hand side. Remember, this is just a photography PC essentially, for taking photos for my website, so I don't really need to spend too much time getting this perfect, but I'm going to do it just for fun. Well, you can't really say what the max GPU is to pair with something, because in that case, have you already got the 5500? Because why are we now restricting ourselves to a Ryzen 5500? And if you tell me its price, then don't worry about the price. Do you know what I mean? Not quite following logically. Now, so we've actually got some Velcro straps for the rest of it. That makes things pretty nice. Love to see it, love to see it. Well, that was remarkably easy. Great. Oh, you have it already, yeah, fine. So the max you'd want to put with a 5500 is going to be something like an RTX 5060 or something in that performance level. So like 4060 Ti maybe, 3070. That kind of thing would be what you're looking for, really, to balance it. But yeah. Okay, so we're cable managed. We can put this on now, I believe. Oh yeah. Very nice. Okay. Right, this panel. Well, we'll leave this side panel, right, because we're going to have a look at it in a second. Beautiful. So we'll have a proper look with the other camera in a minute. I just need to clear the desk first. And then we can have a proper look. Let's just chuck the top back on. It's very angled, isn't it? I can't imagine that's very cheap to tool. Maybe it's to give themselves something to set them apart from other cases. I don't know. I'm doing MSI's marketing for them now. Although these perforations aren't very big. I don't know how much that would affect the airflow. Yeah. All right, well, I'll leave that in view while I tidy up the rest. We need to put a little anti-sag thing here. I think it's quite a long card and definitely benefit from one. I'm quite keen to always be putting the anti-sag in where possible. Oh, it comes with one. The case comes with one. A little diddy one. Kudos, MSI. Magnetic as well, cool. Oh yeah, that's loose cannon. I think the 4060 will be marginally faster for you if you're playing 1080p. It's not the nicest looking anti-sag though. There's been nicer looking ones. It's starting to push it the other way. Now I see why they put a spirit level in the box. Should I get an NZXT Kraken 360 for a Ryzen 5? Wow. Well, I don't know. I mean, if you want the look of the Kraken, then get the Kraken, but it's not going to give you anything. On a Ryzen 5, you know, a single tower cooler, air cooler, is enough for a Ryzen 5. So any kind of liquid cooling, you're already going beyond what's required. So if you want it because of how it looks, then I can't argue with you. If you want it because of performance, it will not make a lick of difference to your performance. If you just want a liquid cooler to look nice, then ID Cooling FX series like this one, or something like a Thermalright Frozen Knot or Aqua Elite or something. If you want LCD screen, then the Krakens are the nicest looking for that. Though there are other options, they just don't look as good as the Kraken. And my argument is if you're going to have an LCD screen, you should get the proper LCD screen, really. Because it's already a vanity project, so... Alright, very close to just revealing this one. Just peeling off the interior peel. Not sure if that, does that panel have an interior one? Can't tell. Doesn't look like it. No, it doesn't. Cool, right. This does look pretty tidy, guys. Let me just get the next camera ready. We can take a proper look. Hopefully the other camera's still working. Yeah. Okay. Whoosh. Alright, ready for the power button, guys? So obviously the lights aren't synced up yet. I wonder if I need to do motherboard sync with this button. I do, I think. Thanks for the sub, James. Appreciate it, my friend. It looks even better in real life. I mean, when I take the actual photos, you'll get the full look, but it looks incredible. Absolutely gorgeous. Very, very nice. Lovely machine. I think if this was mine, I would probably take this out. It's probably taken away a little bit of the cleanness of that corner. Otherwise, it's looking real good. Okay. Obviously the BIOS is fine. That's loaded up perfect. I'll turn this light off to get a bit more of the RGB effect as well. Okay. Pretty cool. Guys, we're going to close the stream up in a second. So, any other comments, queries, questions? Get them in now, baby. Okay. No worries, man. I think, seeing as the 80% on the poll, so let me go and get a drink, and I'm going to see if I can work out how I'm going to play this song. All right, let me just play the song a minute. I have to pause that one.
To kill, if it's crucial or G-skill, I'll always deal my blow to Patriot and more. But today I'm feeling something, a changing in the winds. A kit for $90 is now 176. The DDR is gone. AI took it all. Can we never catch a break? Can we never have cheap PCs? I'll show those fat cats something. Just give me one excuse. When the new day's dawning, brothers rise up with me. I always wait for deals. My suit is clean today.
Okay, I'm just trying to play it so that the guitar comes through. It probably sounds awful because I've just got the mic like on the end like that. Okay, we'll see. Hopefully the mix like kind of works. We'll see. Because I need to hear it as well. Always shoot. I can't do it alongside the thing. I'm gonna have to do it on my own because the timing will be all wrong. Right, 1 second. Just gotta grab the lyrics and we'll have sing song for the end. If you guys missed the start of the stream, you won't know what this song is. It's like a new Computer Surgeon song. Always shoot to kill. If it's crucial or G-skill, I'll always deal my blow to Patriot and more. But today I'm feeling something, a changing in the winds. A kit for $90 is now 176. The DDR is gone. AI took it all. Can we never catch a break? Can we never have cheap PCs? I'll tell those fat cats something. Just give me one excuse. With the new day dawning, brothers rise up with me. I always wait for deals. My suit is clean today. Black Friday coming up, but it feels darker still. I only wanna play a stupid game for 3 hours after work. I've worked so damn hard. Micron, Samsung, SK, Hynix, the devil comes in 3s. GPT and Sora are a rotten disease. The DDR is gone. AI took it all. Can we never catch a break? Can we never have cheap PCs? I'll show those fat cats something. Just give me one excuse. With a new day dawning, brothers rise up. Is gone. AI took it all. Can we never catch a break? Can we never have cheap PCs? I'll show those fat cats something. Just give me one excuse. With a new day dawning, brothers rise up with me. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you very much for joining. I'm just surprised how easy that was to work that song out. Just G minor, and then B flat minor, F and D. Any more requests for the encore? until the next stream, guys, I'm going to try next time to do it on a Saturday, because that seems to be the most successful day, but we'll see. All right. Well, if everybody here hasn't yet subscribed, don't forget to sub to the channel for more. I don't even know what I'm going to call these streams anymore, but sub for more of this, more cool videos coming up. And thanks for joining. See you later. Bye-bye.